Hello, Retro Sports Network, yeah. And hello, Koso04. Koso, yeah. I'm just getting prepared to leave. I'm at the charger because it has been a whole lot of thunderstorms nowadays and this evening, so really bad one actually. The power was out for half an hour and most of southeastern Norway was out of power actually a few moments. So I haven't been able to charge at home now the last few days, just not wanting to have the car plugged in when it's going to be lightning and stuff like that. So I need to just use up a little bit before I go. But I'm probably not going to stay for more than 5 minutes more or something. We are at 79%. And hello Tristan, welcome. So then I need to plug in a little bit here and there. But if you have any questions, please just put it in the chat and I will try to answer it if I can. Of course, while driving I cannot read the chat and everything like that, you know, but and where we are going today, I'm not sure. I have a Nissan Leaf 2020 edition. The 62 kilowatt hour battery, and it's a N-connector, I think it's called here in Norway. It's not the top end, but it's close, I think. It's more like a standard car. I got it on January 24th, 2020, I think it was. Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially a quiet car like this, when I can choose the stupid sound and stuff like that. If not, I can talk a lot about what I like and dislike with the car, but for the most part I'm really happy. It's a really nice car. The biggest thing for me is that it's probably made for a Japanese person that's a bit smaller than me. So I struggles a little bit to find a good sitting position, but I have, for the most part, accepted that thing. But the concept of driving electric I really like. It's a really nice experience to not have to struggle with exhaust and fumes and gasoline everywhere. Of course, sometimes I need to charge a little bit more like this, but that's a small hassle, especially with this battery. I had a Nissan Leaf 2013 before this, and that just had a 24 kilowatt hour battery, so then it was a bit more planning involved and a little bit more exciting in the winter, to say the least. But even then, with that car I drove over 60,000 kilometers in just 2.5 years, so And to me at that point, that was absolutely fantastic. And normally I can leave with 100% when I'm going to travel, so if I just drive a little bit, I never need to think about it. I just plug it in and charge overnight or something, and then the next day it's ready to go. So I basically never has to charge before I go. I can drive at least 4 hours to go somewhere before I even need to think about it, for the most part. Yeah, of course, the infrastructure need to be there. That's absolutely correct. And and in a way, I struggle a bit more in Sweden, I have to say, sadly. Sweden is getting there somewhat, but at some places you need to plan a little bit more than I would like. And some places just have one charger, and you have to bet that it works and have a plan B if you need to try to find a slow charger in backup, a type 2 charger. But for the most part, if you know where you're going and have, yeah, it's not a big deal for the most part. But a thing that's actually annoys me is that because Nissan and some other cars uses the charge plug called the Chadimo. It's the round plug. And that's now dying out in Europe because the other plugs called the CCS is now getting to be the standard. And that's somewhat great to have one standard plug that you can use everywhere. But in the transition here, the charging companies should really have both and stuff like that. So because it's sold hundreds of thousands of cars with this Chademo plug, and probably going to use that for at least 10, 15, 20 years more. So in some way or another. So that can be a struggle now, not the charging infrastructure per se, but actually finding the right plug has started to become a struggle, actually. But except that, it's basically somewhat decent starting to become now. So yeah. And if you wonders about electric cars, I can talk about that also, because I have studied it quite a lot before and after I bought the electric car. I thought about it for years before I did it, so I at least have thought about electric cars a lot the last 10 years. So, and now I have a lot of driving experience with it too. So I don't know everything, but at least the basic and some more technical stuff I also know. Oh, now we are at 86% already. Then we probably should be able to go soon. We should actually be able to go now, but I haven't decided where to go yet, so that's also a thing. My plan was, of course, to go to place. That's 1 hour to... Should I go there now? It's starting to get late. Of course, I wanted to be on the road for a few hours ago, but you know, it's not always that easy for me to actually be able to do that. Just going to check if there's actually going to be trains today. It has been some delays because of the weather. Just going to see. Where's the... Yeah, it's going to be late again. Yeah, but I think we are going to stick to the plan-ish, and then we just have to see if we can catch any surprise trains. Well, at least a few freight trains would be nice. And maybe the Swedish trains, perhaps. And maybe at least one of the Norwegian trains. But I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure, because now it's starting to get a bit late for the Norwegian trains. But at least it seems like the trains are running, so that's at least a plus. In Norway, that's not... you can't take that for granted, sadly. But it will be it will be a drive before we get there, so but at least then you get to see a little bit of the the work behind the videos, and a little bit of the trip and landscape and the beautiful sunset, hopefully. But I think then I'm going to unplug and leave, I think. Clean the windscreen, I think, also. So just a little moment. Yeah, at least then we are on the road again. And if the stream drops out, please let me know in the chat. Okay, and this was probably not the best way to drive. Okay. Is the stream still working? Is the stream still working? Yes, thank you so much. I think the connection should be a little bit better from here, but I'm not sure. I don't even think I have streamed. Have I actually streamed from here? I'm actually not sure if I have streamed this road before. Perhaps once, but I'm not sure. the heck is going on here? Could you take that, Tristan, and tell him? But welcome to the stream, yeah. I can't, of course I can't read the chat while driving. Yeah, you can take that, fine. Then I continue. Just going to plug in. Huh? No. What has gone on? No. Just a moment. What has gone on here? That's not possible. I hope this works. uno momento. probably going to drive 10 or 15 minutes perhaps until the first stop, and then I need to recalculate and try to plan the evening a little bit more when I get the chance to read the chats. And then I probably, hopefully, get the chance to read the chat. I mean, but I think I saw Masla, so Masla, welcome, if that's you. Could anyone remind me to increase the insurance again? I probably need to do that right away. Remember me when I get the opportunity to do that. Bara ett litet ögonblick. Yeah, guys, then I'm back, hopefully. It was just some planning for the next few days. Hello, Ole-Sola, welcome. Ska vi se. Yeah, I just had a phone call with someone I knew that was just asking a little bit. And I need to plan a whole lot for the next few days, it seems. So okay, that's okay. What is going on? Let's see. Are we back then? I just needed to take another phone, so. I'm sorry guys, I've got a lot of things to try to plan and think of here on the private side of life, so I dropped out a little bit here. It was the trains we were here for. Yeah. Where do we have the trains? Where do we have the trains? Do we have some trains tonight? Yeah, we have at least the Swedish train should be here now, but it seems like it's about half an hour delayed. But it should be here perhaps in 20 minutes or 25 perhaps, if it's 20, yeah. So not 20 minutes or so. But if you have any questions, I can try to answer them when I'm standing here. What we're going to do after that, I'm not sure. I get to I got something to try to plan, to say the least. Nothing dangerous that way, but or that difficult, but I just, how can I get enough rest in here, and how can I like to plan things and know what I'm going to do in the forehand. No, what is it called? Is it forehand? No. Before at least I'm going to do stuff. I like to try to at least have some sort of plan. Så skal vi se. What did you say? Yeah, thank you so much, Ola Sola. If you see this later, Masla, that's totally fine. Yeah, that's fine, Ola Sola. Don't think about it. No, it's just I just got a question and I needed to. He wanted to have an answer ASAP, if you know, and that's not my greatest skill here in the world to get to give a good thought through answer that I can stand for in just a few seconds. I totally understand why he wants an answer, of course, but I said that I was live streaming and yeah, and I needed to think about it a few minutes or on the way home, but he wanted an answer now. Perhaps even before he called me, so so that was just a small thing. And I just need to figure out how I'm going to. Now I have committed to do that, so then I just need to figure out how to get enough sleep in this crazy heat wave we have in Norway now. But at least I think I need to how am I supposed to do? I need to try to rest as much as possible tomorrow, at least I think. And when I have done that, I probably need to I need to cancel the appointment tomorrow. It was nothing that I absolutely need to do. It would be nice to do that, but I can cancel that and rearrange a little bit there. And then I think I can I should be able to go when I get home tonight, early tomorrow. I sleep, then I sleep until I wake up, and then I perhaps just go and do that tomorrow evening, night to Friday. Yeah, it should be possible to do that. I just need to try to get enough sleep in between here because this is going to be somewhat it's going to be a long day on Friday, I think. But I shouldn't be that scared because I drive at least the same distance basically every other day now, so and at least it should be possible for me to combine that with some videos on the way, I hope. So that could be nice. And then I need to try to plan that too, and plan how I'm going to combine everything there. It's probably going to be the plan now seems to be some sort of a holiday trip in a way, so for a couple of days, so that could be nice, but it's a lot of driving involved to pick up someone far away and then go to a place that we want to see and perhaps stay there for a night or so, at least. Yeah. But this I need to try to figure out on the go, I think. But at least if I am lucky and the universe wants me to, I'm probably going to be able to film a few more nice videos on the trip, I hope. If he let me do that, at least. He's not that interested in trains that I am, so or we are, to say. So I need to try to manage that too. Balance things a little bit. But how is the weather going to be? Yeah, right. It's the same as here, basically. Hot, and even more hot. And even more hotness. And basically no rain, just hot, and more hot. That is going to be hot. Then I need to wash some clothes. Then I need to I should really have the computer. That's also a fun thing, guys. I was trying to edit some videos tonight before I left, or earlier this afternoon, evening. And then, you won't believe it, but for some reason the computer didn't want to let me edit any more videos, it seems. Because I was editing one video and that was fine, and I started to edit one more, and when I was going to render it, to finish it, I couldn't, it didn't start rendering. Yeah, oh boy, that's yeah, you know, it didn't start to render, and and of course I just thought, oh, that was odd, that hasn't happened before. So I thought that, oh, I just save it, the project, and just restart the computer and see if that helps. But then it wouldn't save the file either. So then I started to get a bit more worried. Of course, I just edit a video, and I just like I wanted, basically. And I cannot render it, and I cannot save the editing. So okay, the third option, close the program and restart the computer, basically, and see if that solves the problem. But when I was starting the computer again, it will not start completely. It starts and preparing to start the stuff and like that, but it stops and just I can't get into the computer system, into the software and start the program. It just says some error of some sort, a lot of text, and some of the text is some error of some sort. I have tried to take out the battery because it says something about the battery, but the battery hasn't been working for 2-3 years at least, since we reinstalled the computer with another software. So and I tried to take out the battery, tried to start it just with a power supply, put in the battery again, didn't help. It stops at the same place. It just seems like it don't want to start the software for some reason. So I can't log in, I can't, it doesn't start, what is it called again? Is it the software, or it don't want to start damn software. The operating system, yeah, that's the word, I think. For some reason it doesn't want to start operating system on the computer for some reason. And the fun stuff is that I have a lot of videos that I haven't, of course, backed up. Well, I have backed up by uploading every video, I think, except one that I edited today. No, it's not a blue screen, it's a black screen with some text, because yeah, this is another type of software, I think. So the screen is working, but for some reason the computer won't start operating system. It won't let me start, or it won't start the operating system, and so I can't log into the operating system. I don't get to the operating system. I just getting to the computer itself before it logs into the or start the operating system somewhat. Yeah, but I can't get to any files on the computer. Tristan, I can't. I don't get into the computer itself, the operating system, so I can't see anything that I had on it. So it's just the computer itself, that the software that you can, I'm not sure, it's just a DOS basically, text-based. So what the heck has happened there today, I'm not sure. Is it the hard drive, the hard disk? Is it some other bug in some updates today, perhaps, in the background? Because it updates automatically in the background, so and it works fine to begin with, so it seems logical. It could perhaps have installed something that the computer didn't, you know. But if they fix that update, I probably can't get that update because I don't get into the computer and the software. Yeah, so this is going to be quite a challenge, I think. I have a lot of videos on that computer, and of course I have some sort of backup for most of those, because I have uploaded basically every video. But I'm a little bit afraid if I need to download from YouTube. I'm not sure if I can download every video in a good quality, because normally I think I'm just checking for the train also, so that suddenly disappeared. No, there we have it. Where are you now? Yeah, it should be here within 7, 8, 10 minutes perhaps. Yeah, that's not a great feeling, to say the least. And of course, the guy that installed it is in Lofoten. Yeah, that was the last train to Kongsvinger for the evening. The Swedish train should be here after that one, so yeah, it's probably going to meet that train at it's not too long until the train, at least. Yeah, that depends. Sometimes I just use Google Maps to get an overview, but that doesn't update delays, so it's not the best to be precise. But then I can use Bane Nord. Can use the app perhaps to see, or banenord.no, to see the screen that's on the stations and stuff like that. And sometimes I just winging it, basically, by knowledge of the line and where the meeting points are and everything like that. But you also have a train map for Norway on banenord.no and a link in the app, I think. So you can combine all of that information with your own knowledge of the line and how trains normally works and the procedures, basically a little bit inside information also about that and how normally the train dispatcher thinks. Yeah, so a whole life been interesting in trains and how it operates. Yeah, basically combined with some more knowledge about the schedule and combined with a map and stuff like that, because the map isn't that great to it's basically it's it's not perfect enough, to say the least. You can get an idea about where the trains are, but it's not precise at all. So especially when the trains are delayed, it bumps from here to here. It can jump from being at Fetsund, but jumps back to Sørumsand or to Ornes, because the app doesn't like delays. It just gets some set points when the trains are coming to the stations, and when it activates the signal system and says, hey, I'm here now. So in between the station, it can jump really much. So then you have to use your knowledge and try to remember and get a feel of where the train actually are in the real life. So yeah, I know about that. I haven't used that too much, if you're thinking about Balise. But normally it's quite okay. Ta-ding! A cat. Yeah, so it's a combination. As always, when you ask me a question, you get a long answer. But I try to be as correct as I can, and I need to translate it to English, and I need to, yeah. Small talk is not my thing, if you haven't noticed. I'm sorry about that, but when I first talk, I normally doesn't talk a lot, to say the least. I'm more of a thinker and stuff like that. But when I talk, I like it to be useful information, basically, and as accurate as possible. Like now, the train that we saw here was approaching Fetsund, and now it jumped back to Nerdrum, and now it's speeding towards Fetsund again. So the map is absolutely not correct, to say exactly. Even within kilometers, it's just off. So. But it seems like, yeah, and now it jumped the river to Svingen train stop. So, and the other train from Sweden that was delayed a lot seems to have stayed at Sørumsand for the last 10 minutes or so. I thought they might meet at Fetsund, because there's a meeting point there, but it seems like they didn't want to delay the regular service more than necessary. So now they are probably going to meet at Sørumsand. Or is it a meeting point between there? Was it? Yeah, it's a meeting point between Sørumsand and yeah, that's a possibility. It was a train stop some time ago. But of course, welcome to Norway. We cannot stop and let you use the train. That would not be possible in Norway. So, yeah. But it actually seems like they might meet. Yeah, but it still should be here within a few minutes now, I think. But what we are going to do after that's I'm not sure. Yeah, was it called Guttersrud? Perhaps it was Boys Rude. It should be a train stop there now too, I think. But bad for you if you don't live in a city, they say, basically, without saying it. Living in a small place? Oh, no, we can't have that. Oh, damn it. Could I please get past here? Huh? Hei.
Går det bra?
Ja da.
Ja, det noe spesielt du lurte på?
Nei, jeg bare filmer tog.
Ja.
Til YouTube-kanalen min.
Og hva sa du?
Til YouTube-kanalen min.
Ja, ok, greit. Ja.
Ja. Of course, that's some of the fun. At least we have a green signal towards Lillestrøm. But this was a nice view also, wasn't it? Where did I put that one? There. Yeah, perhaps. I'm not sure. I think it's one house or so in that road, isn't it? Yeah, it's one house, so probably a couple of people that lives there or perhaps visiting, I'm not sure. So I thought that it might be at some time someone probably will go in or out of that road. But it's the first time I experienced that on that road. Now it seems like the train. Oh, we have what? It should have been a freight train in a few minutes. But it should be a freight train here, but it seems. But it seems like it's about 40 minutes delayed. So I'm not sure if we're going to stay here and see if we can catch it or. But at least I think the Swedish train should be here within 4 or 5 minutes or so, perhaps. Yeah, guys, what do you think we should do? Should we wait a little bit and see if the freight train comes? Should we try to find another crossing? Or a station or something? Except that I probably should start to get home-ish soon. I still have, if I go straight home, I probably, yeah, it depends, but if I go straight home, I can't go fast, so it's way too much animals along the road. Or when I say fast, I mean I can't go the speed limit. I can't go 80 in the woods now. Not fast as in fast, but I can't get up to the speed limit all the way now because of the animals. So it's probably going to be around 1.5 hours. But yeah, I saw your suggestion. I thought about that also, Tristan. I did that. Maybe we could end it there tonight and not all the way to Sweden, basically. My plan was in some... Yeah, we could go to Nedrum too. That's also a possibility. We could do that just to see if we see the freight train, perhaps. But it's difficult to say, but I might have a feeling that the freight train can be right around the corner. I'm just going to see if I can see the signal aspect here. Yeah, sorry guys, again. As you saw, I got another phone call. Yeah. But yeah, then we got to see the freight train. I could see the light at Lillestrøm over there, so I just tried to estimate if it was coming on this track, or it seemed like it was on the other track. So, and then it got here. So I hope you enjoyed that at least. But then it seems we have a train the other direction, but we cannot make that. I think we go to Nerdrum, and that should be possible. I don't think we will make I don't think we will make Ronaldsfoss. That's way too far. Yeah, there I can see the signal. I couldn't see. I was sure it was a signal to the right there, but I needed to go a little bit further. Doesn't seem like it's allowed to stand here at least more than 15 minutes in the daytime. I didn't. It's reserved 7 to 17, 7 to 5. Is it allowed in the night then? I'm not sure. Is this okay? Do you see okay here? Could I ask which day is it today? It was Wednesday, was it? So it's become Thursday. So it's Friday tomorrow. Is that true? Or am I completely lost? Yeah, it's Thursday. Yeah, that's the plan. Okay. I have been working so damn much on these videos the last 3 months now, 3.5 months. So I'm barely been home and sleep, maybe edit some videos a couple of days here and there, but taking a shower, get out on the road again, getting home, sleep, don't take a shower and just go out again, and so on. So I'm getting a little bit confused sometimes which day it is, and now the computer has some issues, so that it's not certain I can get that fixed for who knows how long. And if I can get that fixed, so I can retrieve the videos. But without the computer I can't upload videos, basically. So I can't film. If I buy another memory card, I probably can film a few hours, but yeah, this was not what I hoped for. Now it says that we have 2 freight trains the other way. But at least, how are you guys doing? And who's in the chat now? Yeah, that's nice, Tristan. Who are the other guys that's here? Can you say hi in the chat? And how is the quality? Is it okay? I haven't been streaming from here before, so yeah, thank you, Tristan. I think there's going to be a few minutes until the train, not very long, but 10, perhaps 15 minutes or so. It depends where the trains are going to meet. I think the freight trains are going to meet either at Rånåsfoss or Haga, perhaps. Or at Ornes, where the train we are waiting for are approximate now. They know you are moving on. Okay, perhaps you are going to How long is the meeting tracks at Haga or Rånåsfoss? Is it long enough for the freight trains? Or it could meet at Blaker also, yeah. I'm not sure that track is long enough. Rånåsfoss could be possible. It has to be, I think it has to be Rånåsfoss they are going to meet. I think Haga and Blaker has too short, especially if it's a longer freight train. Or was it half barrier here? Just half gated crossing? Or was it I don't think I have seen any videos from here, actually. Have I? Okay, it was a whole barrier, okay. But it was just 2 gates. Was it plastic or fiberglass? No, it's probably plastic. Was it plastic or wooden gates? Ah, Knut Ragnar Holme. He has a lot of nice videos on YouTube. If you guys haven't seen that before, seen his videos. If you haven't seen his videos, I recommend that strongly. He has a lot of nice videos. Knut Ragnar Holme. Yeah, okay. I just need to try to prepare a little bit here and answer some messages and thanks, Tristan. Do you have pictures of the bells sometime here? Is it 10 years ago, that picture? I'm just going to mute the sound because I'm watching the video. Just a second. Yeah, that was nice with some incandescent bulbs in the signals for the train and everything. Yeah, of course. It's so weird that you say you can remember it when you were little. Because 10 years for me is not 10 years for you, in a way. I was, 10 years ago, I was somewhat young adultish, but I wasn't. But 10 years for you, you were just 12 or 13 or something. Oh yeah, 2008, of course, yeah. That's true. It was when they changed it, sadly. In 2014, you were just 10. Oh, I'm starting to get old. Where have the time flies? And where will it land? Can I hear the freight train? Is it a freight train or is it just a AC on a house? Isn't this too early for a train? Yeah, it's way too early for a freight train. Or is it a screen in the shelter order? Waiting room-ish? Yeah, you could do that. I think it's just some fan or some AC or something. It's actually 16 degrees Celsius outside now. In the middle of the night. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to plan some stuff here. As I told earlier in the stream, I just need to try to figure out how to do stuff the next few days, and how to try to get some well-needed rest in this extreme heat. Or it's not that extreme, but tomorrow I think it's supposed to be over 30 degrees Celsius, at least in the afternoon. And over 30 degrees Celsius here in Norway, yeah, it can happen a few days in the summer, but it's not that common. It's not normal. I think the warmest official place today was 34.6 or 33. Yeah, at least really hot today, and probably really hot tomorrow. But I don't think it's going to be that humid tomorrow and the next few days, because it's not predicted any huge thunderstorms, so it's probably just going to be, for the most part, hot and more hot and hotter and dry, even though a cool shower could help a little bit with the heat. But I can't remember that we normally have had this hot weather more than a few times in my lifetime. And I basically stopped functioning at 25 degrees Celsius, even though that can be too hot for me. 23 or so can be, 23, 24 can be okay. But when it passes 25, I'm not functioning. Now I think it's just a few minutes. Probably not more than 3 to 5 minutes. Probably not more than 3 to 4, if this map holds water. Yeah, nice that you are back, Tristan. The stream is not the same without you, you know. Oh, look at that. So much more beautiful with the bells, real bells. It seems like a KLD 43 at least on one side. On this side. Perhaps the other side also. Oh, from 2002. Okay. That was probably my first whole season at the Krøderen Line, I think. it was 2001, the autumn of 2001 I started there. Now I'm absolutely sure I can hear the train. Or no. No. It could absolutely be that. But it was a Tesla. But I think I can hear the train at Fetsund. Then the gate should start activating quite soon. If I make it, I will make a video, but I think it's just a couple of seconds. Yeah, then as I said, a few seconds. But there was some, I think it's a party in a house just over the crossing here. So it was some shouting and party feel, I think. So I don't know if that was recorded too much. Can you please focus? Yeah, perhaps later. Yeah, we have another freight train. We have another freight train. Should we take the chance to get that? Should we take the chance? What's the next crossing again? Is that? That's Ronaldsfoss. I think that's going to be too tight. But not impossible. But it's going to be really tight. So 10 minutter dit. Nah, I don't think so. I think that's too close. Sadly. So what do you think, guys? Should we wait for that train? The camera seems to agree. And it's a great spot to see, but and wait here and see the last freight train perhaps for the stream. And I need to start to get home, I think, if I'm going to be able to get some sort of sleep when it's not too hot. Last night and day I slept for almost 24 hours. But I don't think I slept too well for a lot of the time. But I also was really tired after the trip, the last stream and the trip to, I actually went to Torsby after the stream. I actually went to Torsby and what was it called? Fryksdalsbanen, and filmed just one train departing Torsby in the early morning. And I also filmed a lot of smaller clips with a Canon camera that I thought I could edit and try to make as a small town vibe early morning stream. not stream, but video. So, but of course the computer crashed, and I'm not sure how to fix it or if it's even possible. It might be possible if I just say that what's on it is lost. But I think computers normally save a memory of how it was, so it should be possible to bring it back to the last time it worked. It should be possible if it's possible from the menu, the DOS menu. That comes up, or if I can get to the, yeah, it should perhaps be possible. But I'm not technical. I'm not that technical when it comes to computers. I like computers to just work and be functional. That's my, let me use it as it's supposed to be and just don't think about it. Just turn it on and turn it off sometimes and turn it on again. That's basically my digital competence, as we say in Norway, but competence, that's my forte. No, I'm not sure. You know what I mean. You guys are quite smart, I think. Why does people need to shout so loudly when they are drunk? I think the freight train is around Seterstua-ish. Damn it. But which road should I take home? What opportunities do I have? We can take that, but I really don't want to. Or we can take that and I basically don't want to. But that's probably the best one of those. If you're wondering, watching from another country, It's 01:52. It's almost 2 o'clock in Norway now. In the middle of the night, 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. We're sitting here and waiting for a train in the middle of the night. The middle of the night blues. I'm just going to check something, so, but if you have any questions, please just put it in the chat and I will try to answer it if I can. Yeah. I'm not sure when I'm going there again. To my beautiful, beautiful, lovely Krøderen. Oh, how I miss you every night and day. You're in my heart, in my soul, in my memories. All your rails, all your joints, all your sleepers, and all your atmosphere. It's not probably not rhyming too much, but you know what I mean. And breathing you in and breathing you out. I can feel your senses, feel your sounds. I can feel your atmosphere in my heart. In my heart and soul. Yeah. In my heart and soul. But yeah, you want to film them from other angles. Krøra and Hare, yeah. Now it's probably not going to be this weekend because now I got yeah, I haven't heard anything more about 411. But it could start to run without they announcing it in the forehand, and they could just have it there suddenly and have it as a helper engine or something to test it in the main train or something. So it could be a huge surprise that basically no one knows about. You could suddenly stand on Vikersund perhaps and wait for the train from Krøderen and hook on and be a helper engine or something. Perhaps a forspann lokomotiv or extra forspann-lokomotiv. Virksomt lokomotiv i tog. No. Foran i tog med forspann-lokomotiv. Or something, I think the rules say. Helper engine, I think was normally virksomt lokomotiv bak i tog med forspann-lokomotiv. Or something like that, I think. Forspann-lokomotiv var virksomt lokomotiv forrest i toget. I think also. I'm not quite sure, but yeah. This is thing that I should know, because this was imprinted in my mind and soul and heart and everything when I was taking some courses to become a worker. We call it sporskifter, track switcher. I'm not sure what terms are in English, but it's a rail worker of some sort that couples and uncouples the cars, or a brakeman in trains without air brakes, for example, and putting up the signal flags and at the station, the entry signal, securing the switches for different train movements, and a lot of those things. To be able to do that on your own, you need to have a safety course, and then you have to know about a lot of different rules. And I think that was one of the rules that you need to know about. It's forspann-lokomotiv, extra forspann-lokomotiv, and helper engine, hjelpelok. So, I think forspann-lokomotiv is just active engine in the front of the train. And if you have a extra forspann-lokomotiv, that's a active engine in front of the train, together with the forspann-lokomotiv. And if you have the helper engine, then you need to have a forspann-lokomotiv in the front of a train, basically, to call it that. Active, so active engine in the front. I'm not quite sure about that, some of the rules. And also other rules that I remember, I think, is paragraph 24 in what we say in Norway, trykk 401M. It's the rule book 401 M for museum railway. That's one of the rule books that you need to know a lot of things in to be able to do that on your own. But rule number 24 is in Norwegian. Hva det forstås med tog. Tog rullende materiell som kjøres etter ordre, enten etter rute eller uten rute. Train is, what is this in English? what it's understood with trains or something. It's directly translated. Basically, what is a train? A train is a rolling stock that is driven after schedule or without a schedule. I think is somewhat translation. I think. And then you have the different, you have passenger train, freight train, and stuff like that. Passasjertog, godstog, kjipptog, arbeidstog, yeah, work trains and everything like that. And you also have another, I think I can remember quite well, is hva det forstås med kryssing. What it's understood with train meets. Yeah, I'm not sure how to translate it. Sorry about that. But ved kryssing forstås at et tog ikke skal kjøre ut fra en... Nei, skal vi se, det skal vi ikke, nei. Ved kryssing forstås at et tog ikke skal kjøre ut på en bestemt blokkstrekning for et annet tog er kommet inn på stasjonen, kryssingsstasjonen, fra den samme blokkstrekningen toget skal kjøre ut på. And that basically means that a train meet is that one train should not leave the one station, the meeting point, before another train has come in to the station from the same block section that the train is going to use or something. I have never thought about these rules in English, so and you also have in the same category you have forbikjøring. Hva det forstås med forbikjøring. Ved forbikjøring forstås at to tog i samme retning endrer rekkefølge fra en bestemt stasjon, forbikjøringsstasjonen, og bruker samme blokkstrekning på begge sider av stasjonen. Or something like that. Quite close, at least, I think. But that basically means that two trains in the same direction changes what is it called in English? At least they changed their movements in the what is it called? You know, the one train waits and then the other go. You pass each other. Yeah, that's the word. And uses the same block section on both sides of the station. That's basically the rule, I think. So yeah, it's a lot of crazy rules you have to not only know about, but you also have to understand them deep in your soul. And basically it's helpful to know about the rules and why the rules are there too, basically. So but it's quite fun when you get the hang of it. It can be tricky and really nerve-wracking to take the tests and try to remember all of this, because it's a lot of rules. It can be quite scary, actually. I remember that I was so nervous, and I couldn't even fathom how I was supposed to remember all of this. I'm not sure how many rules you need to know, but it's a different how many rules you need to know on the different stages. Basically, you start at the bottom and being sporskifter. That was what I told in the beginning here. And then you can move on from there to breaking course 1 and breaking course 2 to get to being a train driver. And you can also go to station master, tågekspeditør, and then train dispatcher, togleder, if you want to do that. And you can go to being a fireman or a steam engine, but then you also need a technical knowledge and technical courses on the specific engines, basically, at least if you're going to be a train driver on the diesel engine, or if you are on the rail car, or if you are on the steam engine. You have different courses on that too, and if you are on steam, you need a boiler course also. So to be practicing as a practicing on being a fireman, you need to have the boiler. It's basically the lowest point in that regard, but the boiler, what was it? Kjelpasserkurs, we call it in Norway, but boiler, keep the boiler safe course, you know. Yeah, it's not what it means, but it's basic understanding on how to protect the boiler from damage and how to operate it safely, basically. And then when you have these courses, basically, you can basically do the different stuff. We have also rules for how much brake percentage you need in different circumstances. When you are leaving train cars in a hill, how much percentage do you need to keep the cars from rolling down the hill? And you cannot put the cars over a certain gradient. You can, I think it was 3811. 3811. And I think it was from 0 to 9 per mil, not percentage, but per mil, per 1,000 meter. It was 3%, and if you have from 10 to 15, it was 8%, and if you have it from 16 to 18, it was 11%, and over 14, no, over, what was it? 16 to 18, over 18%, it's not allowed to leave cars, I think. 18 per mil, of course, not percentage. It's the brake power that's in percent. In per mil. Yeah. Promille, as we say in Norway. The same as we measure basically how drunk people are. Promille, that means basically the same. It's the same word. But that was important to try to, figure out how you safely could leave the cars while you're doing other movements on the station. Especially Krøderen it's quite special because you have a 14 per mil hill out of the station. So regularly you need to use that hill up to Krøra railroad crossing to leave cars in that hill while you're moving other train cars or doing other stuff on the station. So therefore it's really important to know these rules and do it well. Put up on some more brakes than necessary just to be sure. But also how you calculate the brake percentage on what type of weights on the train car you can use to calculate how much total weight you have and how much brake percentage you have out of how many tons you can have on the brake system, and if it's one-sided or two-sided brake pads, that's also if you have just one-sided brake pads, brake shoes, then you can just use 80% of the total weight of the train car. If you have double-sided, you can use 100%, I think. And if you have some sort of air brake systems, you can calculate the whole percentage or whole weight. And if you have another system that's prone to leakage and stuff like that, you cannot have as much calculated in a way. At least time-wise, you can leave the train cars 40 minutes basically on some 40%. If you have 40% brakes for 40 minutes, if there was konseknorr, I think, brake system. And in a way, I don't remember the other brake system that's more used on that line. How long was that? Was it 2 hours? Or was it 1? At least it was something else there. But this is the thing you need to know to be able to do all of this. And this is just some of it. And actually you have a rule that's named 236. It's actually a paragraph 236. That's the paragraph of signal stop on the line. Signal stop på linjen. And that is how we put up the stop signal or the flag or light, depending on night or day, I think, ish. At least the flag is normally used because it's mostly the day. But then you have, I think it was 700 meters, and you have the train should be able to stop within. And here I'm not quite sure. Again, this is quite complicated rule, but really important. But it was something like, yeah, you have also, if this flag the signal can't be seen on 150 meters, you can add so and so many meters, up to 300 meters, I think. But you should never pass 1,000 meters. I think it was, if it was downhill, you should put up the signal 700 plus up to 300 meters more if the signal can't be seen in 150 meters or so. And then on flat ground or uphill, I think it was it just 300 meters plus up to 300 meters? Or was it 3? I'm actually not sure about that, because that I think it's 300 meters plus up to 300 meters. But it's something weird about that, so I'm actually not sure. If I remember that correctly, don't quote me on that. But 700 plus 300 meters, if the signal can't be seen in 150 meters, I'm quite sure is correct-ish. And we also have signal varsom, vist på linjen. That's a yellow flag or yellow light. That's somewhat the same rule, but not completely, and you have yellow and white flags depending on if you start entering the slow zone or exiting it and stuff like that. But the meters there, if it was 250 or... I can't remember that correctly like I can the other ones, but I haven't been reading this for over 10 years now, so... But I still have the book, so I could check if I want to. But this is just a few rules that you need to know. There's how we couple the cars, if there's air brake on the train or not, do you use safety couple or not, and how tight you screw the coupler, because the cradle line is quite bendy, if you can say it. It's a lot of sharp turns. You have to release a little bit when you couple together with huge wagons, the normal passenger cars, bogie cars, because of the movements of the car and train car there. You need to take it together on a straight line and then release it half to one turn, depending on what train consist you have, and yeah, do not get it too tight in the corners, because then it can damage or even derail actually in the turns. So it's a lot of things to know about, and how you connect the air hoses in a safe manner. And if you have seen my profile picture on Facebook, you can see that I'm connecting train cars maybe I should use that picture actually for a while in the YouTube profile picture. It's a really nice picture from 2013, I think, when I was at Krøderen station and was a sporskifter on a Sunday. So yeah, maybe if you want, I could perhaps use that for a month or so and see how you like that. But it's not a railroad crossing though. But then I actually was connecting, I think it was engine 225 and the cars 85, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So at least 225 it was, and I think it was car 85. Yeah, sorry about all of this technical rambling stuff. Well, it says that the train has passed. It can't be true. No, that was the other one. Oh, here we have it in just about 2 minutes, I think. Maybe I should try to film that also. Maybe that has more cars than the last one, because that was just 2 engines, I think. Or of course I can't do that because they're sitting out and talking really loud about things that I don't think YouTube will be too pleased about. Thank you guys. But it should be here in just a few seconds if the map is correct-ish. Yeah, I can hear it, I think. Yeah, it's passing the bridge at Velkommen. And when it leaves Velkommen, just around the corner, the gates will activate, I think. At least this is a proper freight train with a lot of cars. Yeah, folks. Should I call this in? Or are they getting a message and a train dispatcher that it's a small possibility that it will rise of its own and solve itself when a train comes to Lillestrøm, and signal system perhaps goes back to normal-ish. And it's also a possibility that they get a message at the train dispatcher center. But I am considering calling this in. I don't think shouldn't be any more trains that do this. If I call it in, then the gate will probably I think I'm going to do that. Yeah, then I got to call it in to the police, and they have contacted Bane Nor, and it should be someone here in 20 minutes or so to look at it. So, and I got to tell someone that they could drive around, basically, because it's going to take some time. So perhaps it was a weird coincidence, but perhaps it was a meaning by me being here now, and we being here and watching this. I can hear another car come. Maybe I need to tell them too, if that's not them. I'm going to tell them too. Yeah, at least we got to see this. And direct traffic around, at least, so they don't need to stand here for half an hour or more. One more. Bonnenor should actually pay me for this, shouldn't they? I think people that do this earns way over 1,000 an hour or so. For 10-15 years ago, I think it was around 800 NOK or something. Perhaps it's 1,400 or 500 an hour nowadays. I'm just joking. This is just fun. So. Is it another car? That was somewhat fast, actually. How many minutes was it from the train to to this? Now they're here already. It's actually not way more. I can find it when I called. It was 0233 I called, and now it's actually exactly what he said, 15-20 minutes or so. That was fast. So guys, what should we do then? Wait here and see how long they use us to fix it, or it's almost 3 o'clock. Yeah, I can probably wait a little bit and see. It's not every day we catches this on the stream, I think so. Yeah, we can sit here and watch a little bit. I should probably have said when I called that I was at the Kongsvinger line. I forgot that. I'm always getting a little bit nervous when I call, especially when I need to call the police. Then I think I would rather have a direct number to Bane Nor, but I haven't been able to find that. An emergency number to Bane Nor would be nice to have. Once, I think it was 10 years ago or so, at Tomter, I also called Bane Nor, but then it was in the day. So then I got hold of I think it has to be having the call center or something at Bane Nor, or then it was Jernbaneverket. But the number that is posted on the crossings is just 110. No, I'm sorry, 112. That's the police in Norway. 110 is the fire department and rescue, and 113 is the health ambulances and stuff like that. I have actually been calling the police and stuff like that multiple times the last few months, actually. Or the road central, no, road, what is it called? Veitrafikksentralen, what? A road dispatch or something? also some animals or things in the road, and a lot of things actually. But of course, I've been driving a whole freaking lot. So then you just see way more than if you stay home in real life. So, how long did I use? About half an hour. Could have been way longer if I hadn't called, perhaps. Some crossings I know have some connection with the train dispatcher, so if they don't go up again after a certain time period, 5 or 10 minutes or so, then they get a warning at the train dispatcher, but I'm not sure if this crossing is connected like that. It should probably, since it's US 2000, quite new crossing type. And some crossings have some cameras and stuff like that connected. But I'm not sure if it's live or if it's just to see if there's something on the track and notify the train. But at least we got to see this in the stream, so if you have any questions and stuff like that, put it in the chat now, so I will try to answer it if I can. Or if not, I probably should start to get home and try to get some sleep before it's going to be too hot today too. How hot is it supposed to be? I think the last I saw was 31, yeah. It will probably be over 30 something degrees Celsius today, so yeah. That's going to be hot, my friends. And I don't have air conditioning normally at home. And no ventilation either, because that doesn't work as it should, and I have tried to say that to the landlord for 5 years, multiple years ago, and suddenly we just turn it off. So it works most of the year, but yeah, I could put on air conditioning, but I have one unit on wheels, but it's really loud, and sleep with that, it's not possible, so but now it seems they are leaving, so what could we say? We could say great work, perhaps. And we got this on the stream, and I got to direct some traffic at a railroad crossing. Me, a railroad crossing guard? Who would have thought? I had never done that before. Not too many times on the national rail network, but at the Krøderen line I have, yeah. And I really want to do that more. But do you have any more questions, or should we end the stream? Oh, this is Norway. Jonathan, where are you from? And welcome to the stream and the channel. Oh, New York City? Like Manhattan or the area around? Ah, Queens. Nice. Welcome to the stream, at least. Have you been watching for long? Yeah, it's 3:06 a.m. It's basically in the middle of the night, early start of the morning. Yeah, good night, Tristan. Thank you so much for being here. And see you next time. But at least nice to see some new faces here. But now I'm going to go home and try to sleep as good as I can before it's getting really, really hot. So if you didn't watch the whole stream, it's a few hours back since we started the stream. And we actually got to watch a lot of trains tonight, actually. Way more than I had hoped for. And you also got to see me as a somewhat crossing guard. So, and I called it in the fault to the police, and they contacted Bananor, the track company. Got back to me and say 15-20 minutes, and they actually were here in 15-20 minutes. So that was fun. I think we have been watching 1, 2, at least 4, or was it 5? Yeah, at least a few trains. So then I just think I'm going to say that thank you so much for watching, and I also have a Patreon and PayPal link in the description if anyone wants to help a little out with the charging cost and maintenance cost of the car. But beside that, it was a nice evening, nice weather, perfect temperature. We saw a few trains and got some excitement on the end, so yeah. Thank you so much for watching, guys, and hope to see you next time. Good night.